Morning, everybody. So mic check, perfect. We're good to go. All right, just doing a quick news scan. AI misses critical nuances in complex clinical decisions. Black Friday travel deals. Introducing Oxfire. Good morning, Jim Gatineau. Smart Centers closes 500 million Series AC and Series AD unsecured. Interesting. Scrolling through some headlines here, guys, seeing if there's anything worth mentioning. All right, let's go through some of our top gainers and losers on the session in the New York Stock Exchange. We got Bill Holdings guys reporting earnings. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Bill Holdings already reported earnings. Let me just check what the news is. Following reports suggesting the company is exploring a sale. Ooh, Bill Holdings maybe getting sold. Interesting. Interesting. So stock is gapping up pretty sharply this morning. Question is, who is going to potentially buy them out? I wonder. I wonder who would potentially buy them out. It's kind of interesting, for sure. All right, so that stock's on the move. You got ONON reporting earnings. Stock was getting absolutely bludgeoned. Now seeing a nice bounce in the pre-market here. Let me just see what its earnings came in at. Pretty solid revenue growth, guys. Wow. EPS beat by 169% on ONON. That is a rock star earnings report for ONON. I'll post that revenue growth chart in the free Telegram group, guys. So you can see that, but that's crazy. That is crazy. Very interesting. Whoops. So yeah, stellar earnings reporting 993 million revenue. Estimate was 939, so big gap up this morning on ONON. Look at that move. Boom. All right, what else we got? Lily's moving, ALC, Alcon moving, Snowflake, Celestica, IBM, Veritiv, Oklo up a few percentage points. Let's look at uranium real quick. Oklo. Obviously, we are out of our Oklo short, guys. We did cover it on this dip, this candle. Oklo is kind of trying to find a little bit of support. Shoulder Innovations, ticker SI, ripping right now. Up tremendously, over 28%. Let's look at the news. Shoulder Innovation shares climbed in the after hours after the medical technology company reported third quarter earnings that beat expectations and raised its full year revenue outlook. All right, so better than expected report, I guess, from them. Not too bad, not too bad. NASDAQ, AMD is absolutely ripping here, guys, in the pre-market as well. So AMD shares trading high after multiple analysts raised their price targets on the stock following yesterday's Analyst Day presentation. Honestly, that's probably going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news event. All right, so we got going on. All right, so AMD is moving. That's obviously influencing your SOXX in a pretty decent way, guys. So SOXX seeing a nice bid this morning from AMD. That's one of the reasons the market is so strong this morning. Crypto is also seeing a really good move. What else we got moving? IMIOs, that's nothing to see there. Let's look at some of the top losers in the New York Stock Exchange. GFI Circle, CRCL is down a little bit, guys. So that stock did report earnings in the morning session here. Earnings coming in at 739 million, beating the estimate of 703.31 million. EPS, huge beat on the EPS for Circle, guys. 64 cents EPS versus 17 cents. So the 276% beat on the EPS. I'm surprised this stock is actually down. Circle, wow. Maybe it's just because investors still think it's expensive, but Circle did put in a decent report, especially on the EPS. But nevertheless, stock is still under a little bit of pressure this morning. XPEV is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure this morning. Granted, the stock has had a wonderful move to the upside. So that is finally seeing a little bit of distribution. NASDAQ. Baidu's down. China Complex seems a little bit weak today. BIDU taking a little bit of a breather. BABA taking a little bit of a breather. Tencent Music, guys, did report earnings as well. TME. Let me just see what the earnings was. So TME beat on earnings, both the top and bottom line. Revenue coming in at 1.19 billion. I'll post this in the chat as well, the free Telegram group. But revenue seems pretty decent. EPS was decent. So this one's probably getting ready for a buy. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a bit of reversal higher here. But China stocks have certainly gone through a nice amount of consolidation here. So I would actually look for a trade on this name, guys, today. TME, Tencent Music, one of the leading China stocks. Nice fall. Let me just see where we're at based on a fib level. So yeah, you've broken that first fib. Yeah, that's not a bad area, guys. Sweep of this little low pivot or a test of it. Go back test to 382. Nicely oversold condition there. Let's throw on some of our other MAs here. On the weekly chart. It's a healthy pullback, guys, on TME. Pretty healthy. I actually like that level a lot. That might be a swing trade. It's definitely a day trade bounce, but it could also be a swing trade. So we'll watch that one for sure. What else we got going on? Let's look at TDG. They did report earnings. Stock is under a little bit of pressure in the pre-market. INVZ, guys, stock has also reported earnings, gapping up this morning. INVZ does have their conference call literally right now. INVZ missed on their revenue, coming in at 15.28 million. EPS slightly better than expectation, but still negative. Again, this is still just a very speculative play, INVZ. What else do we have here? Let's look at Sava. How's that moving? A little bit of a pop up here. HUMA, Humasite. Stock is gapping up a little bit. GTAI. Stock is trying to move a little bit. Interesting. So some unusual volume in the pre-market. This Biohaven stock, guys, is still seeing sell side pressure. Getting interesting for a bit of a dead cat bounce, but it still could go a little bit lower. BHVN. Allure is seeing a little bit of unusual volume here in the pre-market. Jumia is seeing a little bit of unusual volume here in the pre-market off its earnings report. Exa Resources, Cheetah, CVX, XFEV. Valens, VLN. I haven't really traded this semiconductor company, but VLN, guys, seeing some strength in the pre-market. Let's look at the news off of its earnings report. So Valens Semiconductor lowers fiscal year 2025 sales guidance from 71 million to 76 million to 69 points. So it's a lower than expected fiscal sales guidance. Interesting. So they're getting some movement off of their earnings, but I have not traded that one. It's a pretty small company, 194 million. Pretty small. BBAI is seeing some strength, guys, in the pre-market. So BBAI reported earnings yesterday. It did get faded pretty hard. Now it's getting a little bit of a retrace and bounce. Stock is acting fairly well in the pre-market. Let's look at these quantum names real quick. So Rigetti still trying to stabilize, hold a bit of a double bottom. IONQ underneath its 7 days, still looking bearish, like it wants to go a little bit lower. I wouldn't mind seeing it try to sweep this low pivot here, but IONQ is trying to defend its price action here. QBTS looking a little bit better. It's trying to hold that 50-day moving average, but you got a hard downtrend of your shorter term time frame. So we'll see how that one wants to shape up. QBTS, interesting. Let's look at some of these eVTOL stocks. ACHR, kind of bouncing a little bit. Joby, trying to bounce just a touch here. You do have Bitcoin and crypto strong, guys. So BTC catching a nice little bid today, up 1.79. Still in a very weird range here. Needs to get above this downsloping trend line in order for it to look like it wants to break out. You know, you can see your next real resistance is on Bitcoin is going to be around that 109, 108 area. So I still think it can push up there. You're holding a pretty decent area of daily chart support, that 1 year moving average. Ethereum right now as well is trying to hold a decent area of support at the lower boundary channel. I would at least anticipate a move back to 3,800 on Ethereum. Okay. Let's look at RKLB from yesterday. Rocket Labs trying to bounce just a touch here. DataVolt, guys, is seeing a little bit of liquidity this morning, closing at 144, bouncing to 152, up about 5.21% so far. Nike is still showing some resiliency off the lows, guys. It looks like Nike may have bottomed right off of this volume shelf, filled a gap, a major gap. This was an earnings breakaway gap going all the way back to June. So it's been hard selling on Nike. Looks like Nike's got quite a bit of volume here to indicate potentially a near-term bottom. And now the nice thing about Nike, guys, is this going to create an inverted head and shoulders? That's kind of what I'm expecting. There's a strong chance that that might occur. All right, so if this is a weekly chart inverse head and shoulders, Nike's going to start running into the World Cup, guys. Okay. So with this INVZ, guys, being up nicely off of its earnings report, I think we got to look for sympathies today in LiDAR stocks. So Ouster probably is going to catch a bid down here. OUST, that would not surprise me. LIDR, another one that might catch a sympathy bid. Mobileye might catch a sympathy bid down here. It's at quite a bit of support, MBLY. So pay close attention to LiDAR stocks this morning because INVZ is acting pretty well off of its earnings report. Nice gap up. Okay. All right. Interesting. Uber just made it onto the most active stocks this morning. So Uber is showing some strength off of the EMA 113, trying to get back above your 7 and 20. We'll keep that on watch. What else do we have going on? Micron up a couple. Open Door, guys, is still showing its resiliency. I mean, look at that fat reversal. 3-bar surge. It's a little extended up here. Open Door. But Open Door has broken out in the daily chart, and now we got to watch to see if the pullback gets bought up. But acting pretty well. Obviously, Nvidia was very, very weak yesterday. It had a pretty big gap down and sell off into the 20-day. They are defending the 20-day as we speak, but we'll see if AMD holds its gains as well. AMD is going to be the main semiconductor to watch today on the back of its presentation day yesterday. Interestingly enough, guys, AMD getting that 7 and 20 bearish crossover, and then look what happens today. Boom, they just gapped the stock right up. So now we seriously have to watch for a gap and crack on AMD. You know, typically when you get that 7 and 20 bearish cross, they love to gap it up over those moving averages because people shorted this signal. So now people see that the chart is above that 7 and 20 cross. They're going to start to cover again, thinking the trend is going back to the bullish side, which it likely can be. But we've seen often that 7 and 20 bearish cross off a gap up get sold into. There's a strong chance of that. So we'll watch that today. I'll watch it on my other screen. Starbucks is continuing to find a bit of a W bottom, guys. Upside down Batman ears here. But the W formation is looking pretty strong. Starbucks has really gained a lot of attention recently. Not only do they have more seasonality holiday drinks, but they've been ripping through their Christmas and holiday inventory, their product inventory, their cups, their barista cups. I know all these girls are going crazy. I mean, these cups are sometimes reselling for $1,000 on after they've been sold to a customer. So Starbucks is certainly looking interesting for a bit of a Santa Claus rally. I think a stock that could benefit pretty well is Starbucks. So again, you got a lot of stocking stuffers from those instant coffees to coffees, gift cards, holiday Christmas cups. So Starbucks is looking pretty decent here, guys. A nice double bottom formation. Into the end of the year. Even if you look on the weekly chart, also has a larger weekly double W formation building here. So we'll see. I do have longs on Starbucks common shares. Again, I'm down slightly on the commons, but this is kind of a longer term hold. I think Starbucks is easily $100 stock and then eventually 120. Okay. You know, Starbucks has gone through their corporate restructuring, so it's not looking too bad. All right, natural gas, guys, and then crude oil. So natural gas was down slightly in the pre-market. I did send out an alert to the live trading group yesterday to short natural gas. We shorted natural gas basically off of this high pivot by going long KOLD. This morning I did send out an alert right on this candle to exit KOLD for 3.5% little swing trade, day trade that we took yesterday. So netting a nice little gain. Look at that, already coming back in. So I pulled full profits. Again, that was sent out to the live trading group. around this 8-10 candle here. So good job if you're able to take some profits on the natural gas short with us. Nevertheless, natural gas is still holding very, very strong structure. That's why it was just a quick scalping opportunity. I saw the opportunity last night, entered it for a quick scalp, and closed the shares off of this dip. If it starts to press into the highs again, kind of testing this double top or even sweeping it, I would look for another scalp short. Natural gas is definitely very, very extended. Obviously, we have been core bullish natural gas through the likes of AR, which we've been long, EQT, RRC, and we did trim a bit of profits yesterday in the natural gas space, but these stocks are still looking quite resilient, especially when you factor in how strong natural gas truly is. UNG, one of the cleanest inverted head and shoulders patterns you will see on an ETF pattern. Beautiful breakout. No back test of the breakout zone. Just shows you how remarkably strong this overall pattern is. All right, let's see what else we got going on. 9:10 a.m. Oshkosh is up a little bit. GFS, AFG, Integra Schneider, blah, 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 blah. Not too many stocks down this morning. Like I said, some weakness in China. Tesla's fairly muted this morning. Whoops. So Tesla did have a really nice end of day push. Getting some follow through this morning. You have to think that Tesla's going to try starting to surge for this gap fill today, 445. But again, we'll see if the markets go through any sort of distribution. Tesla has an intraday inverse head and shoulders that it's going to try to trigger today. We will see if that can hold steady throughout the course of the day. You factor in how strong Rivian's been over the last few sessions. So Tesla's probably, I think what's happened is the distribution that Tesla's gone through since making this big run up. I think a lot of the money that ran Tesla up here has taken profits, letting the pattern consolidate, and I think a lot of that money flowed right back into Rivian, to be honest. So acting very, very well. All right. So after close, you do have some interesting earnings, guys. Cisco, pretty big component. It will have some sympathy plays in the entire space, but Cisco does look like it's going to pop one more move to the upside off its earnings print. Last earnings you got sold into, it made a gap up reversal. So obviously you got to be mindful of that, but Cisco's probably going to report some decent earnings across the board. You also have Serve Robotics reporting earnings, guys. This one's a bit of a lotto. I'm considering taking a stab on the long side ahead of earnings. Again, it's very risky trading Serve ahead of earnings as it can easily gap down since it's a very speculative company, but they do report earnings after hours. You also have UAMY reporting earnings after hours. I'm already long that specific stock. DPRO reports earnings after hours. Pan American Silver reports earnings after hours. So there's some interesting stocks for sure. But really Cisco, Serve, UAMY are some of the big ones that I'm kind of watching, keeping note of. All right. Let's look at crude oil real quick. So WTI crude getting slapped right off that 50-day moving average. Still needs to consolidate a little bit. You do have some crude oil and energy news a little bit later today. The EIA short-term energy outlook will be released. I think it's 12 p.m., so a couple hours, 3 hours or so. What else do we have going on? Let's look at gold and the dollar. So gold's continuing to see it hold its price gains. Very solid price action for gold at this very, very near term point. Silver also continuing to rip higher. Very, very strong price action for silver. If silver clears this red bar, you're going to make new all-time highs. But this is technically, if silver pushes into this red bar here, guys, there is technically a little bit of a scalp short opportunity. Again, you're getting the bullish crossover of the 7 and 20. Often smart money sells into that, and then off of the dip, they accumulate a little bit more. Your dollar index, guys, is trying to bounce a little bit. So one thing I'm keeping my eye on is, does the dollar influence the markets in any way? The Dixie has broken out of a bullish formation here, inverse head and shoulders, W formation, a couple little bull flags. Nevertheless, if the Dixie can hold this Fibonacci level, we're eventually going to grind ourselves up to that 101.54. So the Dixie should influence the markets in a pretty bearish way. If this continues to push up intraday, I'm expecting the markets to see a little bit of sell side pressure. But strong price action intraday for the US dollar. Very, very good price action. All right, I'm just going to grab some more coffee, guys, and then we'll settle in for the open here. I mean, I'm not really seeing too much else. Wow, look at on, guys. Just absolutely full-on beast mode here. Full-on beast. Wow. Ripping off its earnings. Absolutely flying. How's JD doing? JD again, still just consolidating. I've been tempted to go long JD, but just been trying to be patient with this name. Patience. China's in a very tricky spot. Oh, China. If there's any other charts you want to look at real quick, guys, just put them in the chat. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Just going to fill up my coffee. All right, guys. So let's look at these S&P charts here. So first things first, I mean, SPY is still looking extremely bullish. S&P 500, absolutely a beast. Again, we got to watch for the gap and crack on AMD and certain semiconductors today. But your S&P 500 is gapping up, trying to show that this inverted head and shoulders pattern is still alive and strong. So the pattern is still technically breaking out, or the pattern is technically broken out. 1 hour. Did you confirm it? You haven't officially confirmed the breakout, but with this type of a gap up, it is looking to confirm it. Obviously, if we get that hourly close, the chances of this inverted head and shoulders playing out jumps up quite drastically. And you can see the upside potential, guys, takes us all the way to this upper boundary 700 target. Do I think we get there today? No. But again, pullbacks off of this breakout pattern, if it confirms this next hourly candle, is likely going to get bought up. So you still have a point of control, which is now technically support. So you're flipping the resistance. There is some resistance at the 686.21. That is your value area high. That would be a sweep of this wide range red bar high volume reversal candle on SPY. So that is a definite short. Even up here, guys, there's not a bad risk to reward short opportunity. You're back testing this trend line, which was your breakdown trend line where you gapped over. So now it's a full-on retest of that area. So if you're wanting to take some puts off the open, it's not the worst idea, especially since the dollar is trying to break out of its pre-market high opening range. So puts off the open aren't bad. If you're a little bit conservative, which I might be, I'm probably going to wait to see if we can get a push through this high pivot. That's kind of where I prefer the short, guys, on the market today, is either into that double top or a little bit of a pierce of it. So if we can pierce through that area today, which we're not that far from, that would be a move into the 680, just shy of 686-ish. Maybe we hit 686, but that's where I think there is a short. All right. So that's really the trade that I'm looking at on the indice. In terms of a long, if you flush off the open into this point of control, there is a chance that it can get a bounce. Um, it's not my favorite level, but if you're aggressive, there is a bounce level there. First sell off, you don't want to really consolidate too much, and then sell out. You want to see the market kind of dip within the first 15 20 minutes into that area, and then there's probably a bounce off of that point of control volume zone. But if you kind of just meander here and chop, then I don't like it as much. So initial short is through this area. If you sell off initially, there is a minor little bounce. The bigger area that I would like to see the market retest to is right along this trend line, this high pivot, but also this previous little gap fill here. So that's the better area, right sandwiched in between these two trend lines, in my opinion. All right. IWM right now also trying to gap up. So interestingly enough, SPY is making new highs, but you look at the Russell. Russell really hasn't taken out its high pivot yet. You've kind of been chopping and you've been trying to break out of it, but you haven't successfully done so just yet. So the Russell's lagging a touch here on the overall trend. That being said, there is a potential bullish formation building, and the inverted head and shoulders is on watch for sure. Definitely on watch. You haven't really triggered it yet. Still trading inside of that bearish 4-hour hanging man candle. But other than that, the Russell's not looking terrible. Especially if it breaks out, then it's got some legs. So Yeah, your dollar index, guys, is looking pretty solid. I mean, really, really solid. All right, let's go to split screen here. We'll keep SPY open here. Keep SPY here. So I'm thinking 684 puts, guys, could work out slightly out of the money. 683s if you're really aggressive. Um, Again, I'm looking at 0 DTEs, but honestly, one DTE might not be a bad idea either, or end of week, but I do think SPY puts today. If we hit this sweep short level, it's tempting to short right off the open. Very, very tempted. I am, but we'll see what happens. I'll give it a little bit of time. I'm just seeing this. I'm just seeing this US dollar, guys, and it is trying to trend intraday. Like it's really, really moving here. Look at that dollar going busting through the highs right now. Pretty impressive. Let's get ready to rumble, guys. 3 minutes till the open here. Three minutes. 3 minutes. So again, I definitely keep AMD on watch, guys. That's kind of the strong stock of the session. Very important name. Is it open here? Markets are open. AMD still ripping. New highs. AMD is trying to fill its gap fill, which is around 256 and change. I believe it just filled it. Your S&P starting to come in off that trend line. IWM still acting well. You got Nvidia up 1%, Apple, Google negative, Netflix negative, Tesla slightly green, Meta slightly green. Amazon trying to show some strength. AMD seeing a little bit of top wick sell side pressure. 10-cent music, guys, coming into a bit of a long level here. TME is swept that area. TME looks interesting for a bounce. LiDAR stock INVZ still ripping. AMD still up 6.82. Snapchat's green. Drone stock seeing some strength. Ethereum still up 4. Nat gas slightly green. Interesting. A little bit of selling initially off of your S&P 500, guys. Wow, 10-cent music, guys, is looking interesting. All right, I'm going to trade TME on the long side here, guys. TME, I just went long here, guys. 1918 starter position. 1918, I just took a starter. Common shares. Understand this is super aggressive. This can go all the way down to your daily 200. I'd add around this pivot low, 1983, and then my third entry, if need be, would be right off that daily 200, all right? IWM is pushing. Mega cap tech is getting slapped right now, guys. So Tesla, Meta, Google, Apple negative, Microsoft negative, Nvidia pulling in from the highs. All right, guys, I took a second entry, 2/3 position on TME here, 1882, 1882. Just common shares. Again, this is high risk trading on TME. It's a crazy move down on 10-cent music. That's a nasty. Right into that daily 200 MA. Almost going to take my third entry. Wow, there's a gap fill all the way down here as well. I'm going to let it sweep this 200, guys. Come on. AMD still ripping. IWM trying to break out. Data Vault's up nicely. Rocket Lab seeing some strength. All right, guys, that is my third entry, 1856 on TME, 1856. on TME. Get a balance. All right, so my average, guys, is 1883. 1883 is my average on 10-cent music, and the stock is still under immense pressure. It is trying to go lower, breaking structure here. S&P trying to catch a bid here. Banks are strong today. Quantum seeing a little bit of sell side. Your IWM is outperforming the main indices. Bitcoin's still strong. Nat gas back up 0.5%. Crude oil is weak. S&P right back up to the highs. Impressive. Look at BBA. Yeah, BBAI breaking out to the high side, up 21%, showing unrelenting strength right now. So very, very impressive move for BBAI. AMD up 8%, on up 19.9, SoFi up a couple, Circle's still weak, Neo's weak, Apple's weak, Palantir down a couple percent, Rivian taking a bit of a breather here. That's down a few percentage points. Plug is down. Tesla's still negative. CoreWeave catching a bit of a bounce. Snapchat having a good day today. Tencent Music is still coming in, guys. Hard, hard, hard. It is still trying to push up here, guys. Got a lot of pockets of strength ripping to the upside. Mega cap tech seems to be going through a little bit of a wave of sell side while the rest of the market is ripping. Look at Snapchat going. Snapchat is absolutely ripping here. Still looking for this TME to give us a little bit of a bounce here. AMD still holding. DataVolt looking strong. Rocket Lab strong. Wow. Meta taking a little bit of a breather here. Look at Snapchat go, guys. Snap, snap. Yeah, SoFi's ripping. Look at Snapchat ripping to the upside right now. Crazy. Still waiting on this TME, guys. Still trying to hold steady and catching a little bit of a bounce off the 200. S&P still holding some structure up here. I gotta watch for a little bit of a 10-minute hangman candle on SPY, but it's trying to hold steady. AMD has a little bit of top wick distribution. Trade desk acting well. CME still getting wrecked. Let's look at that SPX chart, guys. A little bit of a 10-minute hanging man candle has formed on the SPX. Your Russell's still your strongest. Mega cap tech certainly under pressure today. Banks are holding steady, ripping to the upside. Nike still having a great day. AMD still strong. SC bouncing. DraftKings seeing some strength. Wow, they are ripping China names to the downside. TME is getting absolutely clobbered. I'm down about 2.98% right now. Alibaba getting slapped right now. Breaking down JD. Let's look at this XPEV. That's probably going to come in. Your S&P looking pretty weak right now. IWM still holding. They stopped buying soybeans. Good to know. Yep. Yeah, Nvidia almost going negative here, guys. Getting sold into. So pretty hard sell side pressure. The gap up is being faded here slightly. Google getting slapped. Snapchat still holding resiliency. Your QQQ is almost negative, guys. Qs are almost negative. Anonymous is on the $18 calls for TME next week. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, I'm just holding common, so I don't really have the time worry, but those should work out. Wow, Snapchat is just eating up liquidity today, guys. Super impressive. Nike's still strong. Lululemon's still holding. Actually, no, that got faded. Let's look at retail. Yeah, retail stocks are holding steady. Your IWM is still trying to punch through to the high side here. Crazy. TME still absolutely bludgeoned down here, guys. Knifing through the 200 moving average like a hot knife through butter. It's going to have an insane amount of volume today. Absolutely insane. Let's keep that SPX chart on. You know, it's probably wise to keep the Qs on. Look at the Qs selling. Wow. That's nasty. Qs tried breaking out of its inverse. Getting real nasty. Data Volt, guys, is seeing some extra liquidity right now. DVLT is ripping. That's catching a nice bid this morning. Interesting. KOLD going lower. Again, QQQ, guys, are underneath its prior day low. Look at the structural difference right now. S&P above its prior day high, while the Qs are below. So you can see the clear distribution hitting your mega cap tech right now. Apple down 1.13, Google down 1 and falling, Meta down 0.6, Tesla down 0.3. Nvidia has gone from green to red, getting faded. Interesting. Financials are still resilient right now, holding quite steady. AMD still holding steady, that's up 7%. DataVolt's starting to move. DataVolt's trying to squeeze. China stock still under pressure. Still have Tencent Music down about 12.39%. Rivian down 5. Open Door down 2.5. Big Berry Eye still up 16.8. Circle getting slapped. That's down 6.8. CoreWeave still up 3.3. Snapchat still up 3.5. Archer slightly green. Intel down by 0.5%. All right, guys, QQQ trying to go red. Again, if you look at the resistance that we're tagging on SPY, you're hitting this previous little trend line where you broke down. So there's definitely some resistance there. I was still thinking you were going to sweep this high pivot, this wide range red bar sell-off candle. That was your previous gap up and gap down, or your previous gap and crack, I should say. Your IWM is still ripping here. Trying to hold structure on the hourly chart. 44 minutes left in the hourly candle. So daily chart on the Qs, guys, your 7 and 20 are trying to get that bullish cross. But there's quite a bit of room to the downside if you want to hit daily chart support on the Qs. And remember, the Qs can bring the entire market down. For now, a lot of the money that's rotating out of the Qs is flowing directly into the IWM. So you're seeing high beta stocks just eating up the tech liquidity, which in the very near term is a positive sign, but it doesn't have to last. The QQQ can bring this entire market down. If this Qs wants to fall even lower, and right now it's negative, falling sharply, it's bringing SPY down. I'm anticipating that the Russell is going to get dragged down here with the sell side pressure in the Qs. A little bit of hourly chart support coming up around this pierce of 620 on the Qs. But look at that gap and crack, guys. Look at that gap and crack. That is just downright dirty. AMD still up 6%, so again, if AMD does a full-on gap and crack, this market can go lower. Absolutely lower. And AMD is starting to come in. You bought Intel, of course. Yeah, so SPY, this was a hard sell-off right into that point of control. There might be a minimal bounce here. This is exactly what I was saying, guys. Point of control might offer a bit of a scalping opportunity. It is some initial support. The bigger area that I like is down here around 681.30-ish to 681 Pierce. So if you're aggressive, you can buy this bounce off of POC. I'm going to personally wait for this lower boundary area. Wow, TME just getting smoked. Still at the lows. Now down 13% on the session. Interesting. Lots of weird price action. A lot of rotation today. There's a lot of stocks absolutely crushing it today, and then there's a lot of stocks getting absolutely crushed. Like Palantir down 3. Apple's just looking bearish today. Crypto's now getting faded slightly. Nvidia falling. I wonder if they're going to take AMD negative, guys. I wonder. I really, really wonder. I wonder where. And Bank stocks are still holding relatively well in the S&P 500. So bank stocks are definitely holding this market higher. At least the S&P holding some relative strength. IWM is still holding quite steady at 0.73, so big, almost a 1% divergence between the Qs and the IWM. There is some support here again on the QQQ, but it looks like daily chart support is going to come into play, guys, on the Qs. See if the Russell wants to come in. So far, it's holding steady. A little bit of a 10-minute doji candle on the IWM. SPY is looking to go negative here, guys. You look at that QQQ chart coming into your 7-day. That's getting wrecked. Wow, they are really knifing those QQQ charts, guys. Let's look at the SPX. So look at how far the SPX is from its 7 and 20. And you look at the QQQ, right? Coming into its 7 and 20. All right, TME trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here, guys. I'm still holding long commons. Down a couple percent. Trade Desk having a good day. Rocket Lab's having a stellar day. Data Vault really good price action. Gold still green. Dollars still green but getting faded from the highs. Interestingly, see the market's still selling off with the dollar holding quite steady. Or sorry, the dollar selling off, the market's also selling off. Very interesting. Crude oil, guys, down 2.7%. So crude oil falling is actually a nice tailwind for the market. Look at that nasty reversal on crude. Wow. Yeah, energy stocks are going to get slapped today. That's nasty. You can see the SPX is still trying to hold some daily chart structure right above that previous gap fill. But again, everything is coming down to the Qs today. Your QQQ. Look at the trend line that the Qs are hitting, guys. This is a trend line that goes all the way back to your tariff low. Right through this chop. That's what you're currently trying to pierce on the Qs. Quite interesting. TME still trying to bounce a touch here. Snapchat still above 9. Russell still holding steady. AMD top wick distribution. Again, financials are still holding resiliency. SMH is still green. Got quite a bit of capital rotating. JP saying JP Morgan is a rocket, capital rotation. Yeah, you know, financials are catching some of this liquidity from the tech stock selling. So JP Morgan new all-time high. Wells Fargo also ripping to another new high. XLF is looking like a rocket right now, up 1.16%. So that SPY level proved to be a decent bounce opportunity, guys. So that worked out quite well if you went long off that point of control like we discussed. Stoic saying, I'm glad I only bought SoFi last week. I recover all my Webull losses and more. Yeah. Yeah, Webull's nasty. Up 3.1% today, but still down tremendously. PayPal's still green, Chipotle's green, Starbucks still having a great session, natural gas trying to push right back up to the highs. Google getting slapped today, that's down 1.45. Open Door down, Baba down a couple percent, Micron still green, Western Digital still green. If SPY loses this area, guys, this POC, You're probably going down to the 680-130 area. You can see the QQQ is just still hanging onto that trend line, but it's 7 and 20, guys. It's in that confluence zone, so you have to think that they may want to take the Qs down to that 7 and 20. All right, TME finally catching a little bit of a bid here, guys. 10-cent music. So it overshot some downside levels pretty extremely. So it's back above that 200 moving average. Let's see if it can hold above this area. You know, TME, what's interesting about this chart, guys, is TME was already getting somewhat oversold intraday, and then this kind of is almost an exhaustion gap down on its earnings. So wouldn't be surprised to see TME try to retest even today 20 bucks. That's where I could see a retest. Obviously, if the market's weak, it may lose some steam, but I wouldn't be surprised. All right, QQQ, we'll flip back to that chart since that is where the majority of the selling is occurring in the indices today. So hourly charts for the Qs, you look to be still building in that right shoulder formation, which is technically okay. Crude oil is still getting slapped, natural gas still weak. Seeing a nice move. Meta still weak, weak, weak. IWM seeing a little bit of topward distribution now, guys. Come on, TME. All right, TME trade is almost green, guys. 10-cent music is almost going green here. Big bounce on TME. Again, I would not be surprised to see it above, retest that $20 area on TME, or at least this gap fill. So 1946 area, I could see it bouncing to. I would look at it for a trim there, but I'm okay holding TME down here, even for a swing trade. Common shares at this price don't scare me. All right, look at that QQQ chart, guys, getting smoked. Daily chart. Q's new lows down 0.27, still coming into that 7 and 20 confluence zone. I repeat, 7 and 20 confluence zone still coming in. IWM has some top wicks, but holding quite steady and resilient. Rocket Lab still surging. Data Bolt up 9.72%. Nice move. UMAX seeing some strength. Mara still green. Trade Desk still green. AMD still has a little bit of sell side pressure off of its highs. Interesting. Nvidia is still negative. Microsoft down. Every single mega cap is down, guys. Every single mag name. Dow component is acting very, very well, though. Considering that Apple's down over 1% and the Dow's up 1%, that's pretty impressive. Crude's still weak. 10 and 2-year yield down. VIX is slightly green. SPX still trading above 68.57. Your dollar is starting to soften a little bit more now. Interesting. Bitcoin fading a little bit. SPY still holding that point of control. Meta still selling. IWM new high. QQQ still negative. Your worst performing mega cap name is Google right now. And then Tesla and Meta are kind of even keeled. Stoic saying I sold my SoFi calls for 34 strike. Hope it stays at 32. Yeah, SoFi's acting well. It's kind of trading with the banking stocks, right? So SoFi up 3.6%. So SoFi's got a bid from liquidity bid from small caps and then a liquidity bid from banks. So it's kind of got that dual headwind or dual tailwind trade today. So showing definitely some positive price action. SoFi I still think can push up to about 33 bucks and then eventually that 34.30 area. So SoFi's not looking terrible. All right, IWM a little bit of selling, still above just testing that 246 area. 30 minutes left in the hourly candle, guys. It's kind of what I'm looking for on the Russell is how does this hourly candle form? Because right now on the daily chart, you're above your 20 moving average. Obviously, the daily session is not closed. And then this hourly candle has 29 minutes left, and I'm looking to see if the IWM can close above this high pivot here. If the IWM on this hourly candle closes above this high pivot, then that's going to be much, much more bullish. But if we get rejected, then this could be a fake breakout on the Russell. And considering the weakness in the Qs, it would not surprise me to see a bit of a fake liquidity grab on the Russell. So we'll see. But a big pivot here. Again, 28 minutes left in that IWM candle. I'm curious to see how it closes. Watching that on my other screen with some intent. All right, the QQQ is bouncing quite nicely here, hitting hourly chart support, defending its short-term 7 moving average on the hourly chart. So that's acting quite well. DraftKings having a good day. AMD still ripping. Quantum stocks are still under pressure. Rocket Labs is just ripping. Rocket Labs. What a beast. How's ASTS doing? That one's kind of lagging a little bit. Tesla's still down 1%, but trying to bounce off the lows. TME still falling. So far, they're defending that prior day high, guys, on the S&P, but the Qs are below. So I'm going to give more weight to the Qs because they can drag this market down. If Megacap Tech doesn't bounce here, guys, and it wants to go for another low day, it's going to hurt SPY in a big way. There's only so much the other stocks can do if your tech stocks don't bounce. Nvidia is trying to go green a little bit here, but there's only so much the market can do if tech is going to have a down day. All right, so they're trying to bounce your S&P. Typically when financials are this bullish, guys, it does end up in a green day across the board. We'll see. Drone stocks are now catching a little bit of a bid. You got UMAC trying to climb a little bit here. How's some of those higher betas? Oklo catching a nice bid. SMR, that one's trying to firm up. Archer's trying to catch a bid. How's Serve Robotics? Serve Robotics, that's still slightly green. Meta continuously selling. Dollar just got a big bounce, guys. So your DXY catching a little bit of liquidity right now. IWM still punching to the high side. We'll see. Ouster's green. That INVZ got absolutely faded. Big Bear AI is still holding some positive structure, so that's acting fairly well. UPS, FedEx. How's UNH doing today? Wow, look at that fat candle on UNH, guys. Holy moly, I was wanting to go long on UNH. Damn. Talk about a candle and a half on UNH. Wow. Damn. Anyone go long UNH there? Frick. That's intense, that candle. Damn. Healthcare is going to be ripping. Look at that XLV chart. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, S&P coming through another wave of sell side pressure. You're looking at dust. Trader 586 looking at dust. Yeah, dust coming in. This is the thing that I said to avoid. I said at least wait for this gap fill. But yeah, it's coming in. It's coming in quite nicely. Gold still holding steady. Let's look at the GDX chart. GDX, yeah, GDX can still go higher. It could still go higher. Is it getting a little bit extended intraday? For sure, but tough short still. Tough short. All right, QQQ is still trying to defend that upsloping trend line. Nvidia is back to the green side, guys. Still have all your other mega caps negative. Qs are still slightly negative. AMD ripping back to the highs. What a monster. IWM still holding above 246. 22 minutes left in the hourly candle for the Russell. Gold is still up 0.42, acting well. 41.44 for gold. Still got some distribution hitting the tape in this tech market. Yep, real money is waiting. You know, the most money as a trader is made on the turn. When a trend turns, either bullish or bearish, that's where the most money is made, on the turn in the market. So big bounce in the Qs. Russell still holding some technical resiliency. Nvidia had a nice push there, guys. Thinking about jumping into some QQQ puts. Meta getting smoked. Google getting smoked. Apple bouncing. The trend is your enemy. Hey, that's the opposite of what they tell you. The trend is your friend, isn't it? Yeah, the trend is your friend. It could be. It depends, right? Depends on where how it's set up. You know, I believe that the trend is your friend in certain situations, but a lot of the times, a lot of the times, the trend can get you wrecked as well. I've certainly made most of your money. I've certainly made most of my money from counter trend trading, especially if you take short dated options. Short dated options, yeah, the most money is made on the turns. It is. No, I didn't coin that phrase. I heard it from the most money's made on the turn. Who did I hear it from? It might have been Paul Tudor Jones who coined that phrase. I can't take credit for that. I think it was Tudor Jones who said that. The most money's made on the turn. I'd have to look into it, but I'm pretty sure it's Jones. All right, so QQQ bouncing quite nicely here. AMD ripped to the high. Yeah, there's definitely different ways to skin a cat in this market. Counter trend trading in short dated options, I think, is a very good strategy, even on the longer term extension moves. But there's obviously trending plays in the market when you get that right technical setup. Like for instance, the S&P 500 daily and weekly chart trend for the last, 6 months has been a strong trending session. Every single time you dip, you buy the dip. That's what's been occurring. So that type of a trend is your friend if you've been buying. This last little bounce in the market on the S&P 500, why we were aggressively buying down here is because the trend was still strong. It's in a strong uptrend. Although it was looking very dicey, if you bought down here with us, you made money. All right, so that in that sense, the trend is your friend, the larger time frame. All right, QQQ starting to come in. SPY still looking a little bit heavy. AMD ripping, guys. New high of day for AMD. It's breathing life into semis. Communication stocks are just getting trampled. Absolutely trampled. 10-cent music still trying to catch a little bit of a bit. Healthcare and financials are really helping the indices right now. Data Volt, guys, is trying to catch that move. DVLT, new high of day, up 11.1% and ripping. It's a ripper. Go DVLT, go. It's mooning. Rocket Labs coming in a little bit. AMD still a stock you need to watch, guys, because it's remarkable to see the Qs negative while AMD is up that much. Pretty remarkable in my opinion. IWM now seeing some top wick distribution. Again, the IWM's hourly candle has 17 minutes left, guys. 17 minutes left. So they can really be mean and do liquidity sweeps on the shorter time frames, but you got to watch some of the times those larger time frames because I still think this Russell's probably doing a bit of a liquidity grab here, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. We'll see what that hourly candle closes like. It's got 17 minutes left. 64.32% chance of SPY going red. Yeah, I would say, I wouldn't be surprised to see it go red either, especially with the Qs down. Especially with the Qs down this much, would not shock me at all. Potentially a little bit of a lower high intraday. Big area here. The market's going to give us a lower low intraday. And then the trend intraday is effed. You bust through this low, SPY's going to go test this next low pivot. Remember, the market's always searching for what? Higher highs and or lower lows. We got a higher high. We've also got a lower high intraday. You take out this low pivot and the S&P is going to melt like the butter I'm pouring over my popcorn. Look at that, new low of day. There it is. New low of day. Melt this puppy down. Melt it. Melt it. Meta getting wrecked. Google wrecked. Nvidia wrecked. Wow, look at that Nvidia liquidity sweep. Nvidia was positive, bounce, and then just absolutely destroyed. Come on, knife us down, S&P. Look at this. Look at this IWM sweep that's going on too, guys. This is why sometimes zooming out is important. I am short the Russell. Never stopped out yet. Giving it some time. because I think that this is a bit of a fake breakout that's occurring. Knife us down, knife us down. QQQ wants that, I think that 7 and 20 zone, guys. QQQ wants that 7 and 20. Let's remove some of these trend lines here. Come on down. AMD is still unrelenting, guys. AMD is just ripping. Still got quite a few names strong, guys. There's some strength certainly in this tape. It's not all weakness, but the important stocks are your tech stocks that are breaking down. GDX still going, yep. IWM getting hit hard now. S&P just went negative, guys. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Damn, I should have jumped into those 618 SPY puts. I was looking at them, they were 65 cents. Now they're at $1.04. That is filthy. So I think what you got to watch on your other screen, or at least what I'm watching, I got AMD because that's a strong stock. I got JP Morgan. I got the bank stocks watching the Russell, of course. Yeah, Bank of America, 52-week high. Thank you, Ram. Gold is surging like a mother. Look at that, almost up 1% on gold. Wow, AMD is just ripping, guys, ripping to the upside right now. Again, SPY's still holding this point of control. So I mean, there is some support there. Gold just crossed 41.70, ripping. Yep, Morgan Stanley ripping. Banks are strong. Banks are eating, guys. Banks are eating today. They certainly are. And again, that's part and parcel. Banks are front running that December 10th Fed meeting announcement where the Fed ends QT, quantitative tightening. In theory, the sector that benefits the most from QT ending is financials. So that could be what they're pricing in right now. That's certainly an interesting. AMD looks delicious here. No, I can't buy it here. AMD just had its press conference yesterday. So, and it got a bunch of different upgrades. I don't know. AMD is still so expensive in my mind. But it's acting well. It's one of the strongest stocks in the NASDAQ right now. I think it is the strongest stock in the NASDAQ. Certainly your strongest semiconductor right now, but I don't like AMD up here. It's too expensive on a fundamental basis. Sometimes I just wish I didn't understand fundamentals because that's what stops me from buying some of these companies is just their expensive valuations. All right, IWM guys is getting cracked here. Back below the 20-day. So far, the IWM guys on the hourly chart is still 10 minutes left in this candle, losing this high pivot, losing this other high pivot, and coming in pretty hot and heavy. So it is appearing like it's a bit of a liquidity sweep, guys. A bit of a liquidity sweep on the Russell. Now, if AMD starts to come in, this market can absolutely bleed today and fall pretty sharply. Oh, you're saying puts? Yeah, I think that its risk to reward has been eaten out of the trade. Puts up here on AMD look pretty interesting. I would keep a stop above that 261 kind of pivot, but definitely I think AMD puts RAM can work out. All right, QQQ slowly melting into that 7 and 20 confluence zone. SPY is losing that point of control, guys. And you can see that SPY, not only did it wick below, but it made it lower 10-minute closing candle. Very bearish so far. We'll see what happens. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Definitely seeing some sell side pressure. AMD still up 9%. That is just insane. Insane, insane, insane. It's the S&P and Qs slightly here. And you can see the Qs does have quite a bit of hourly chart moving averages. So it's a pretty decent confluence zone here. Dollar is also trying to bounce. Gold seeing a little bit of sell side pressure now. So we're still seeing the markets looking pretty heavy here. Pretty heavy in my opinion. I checked crude oil. Yeah, I checked crude oil earlier. It's getting slapped around. Again, it does have the EIA short-term energy outlook in at 12, so about an hour and a half. Take the XOM trade in your group, as my name goes, Mr. XOM. Yeah, I've been looking at energy. Here's the only concern I have with energy right now. Remember, a lot of these energy plays, obviously the major component is oil. Um, that's how most of these companies make their money, right? Crude oil right now is weak. The other side of the trade is natural gas. A lot of these companies have a huge amount of exposure to natural gas. So natural gas right now is getting extended, guys. Very, very extended. Intraday. So here's the thing, right? Sometimes these companies are being a little bit insulated because natural gas price action is so strong. What happens if nat gas makes a little bit of a sell-off here ahead of inventories tomorrow? So if natural gas starts to sell off ahead of inventories, it's going to apply additional pressure to the XLE. Remember, a large portion of the XLE money flow does get influenced by how well natural gas is doing. Obviously, natural gas is doing fairly well today, making a red to green reversal. But it's getting a little lofty up here. Definitely a little lofty. So just be careful about that. All right, your Russell 2000, guys, a nice top wick building on the hourly chart. Candle closes in about 3 minutes. It doesn't look like you're going to break out here on the Russell, at least in the very, very short term. S&P 500 still going lower. Look at that nasty little hourly candle. Bit of an hourly tombstone reversal. Looking similar to what we had structurally up here, guys. Look what happened here, right? Hard selling, and you got a bounce, big retrace, and then a big gap down. So we'll see if we lose this point of control on the SPX. QQQ, guys, has kind of stopped selling a little bit. You've definitely had the Qs stabilize a touch here, whereas the S&P and IWM are now selling off. Danny Keller asking, why do you prefer the 10 versus the 5 or 15 candles for SPY? I just like the 10-minute candle. It's a nice, I think the pattern's set up quite well. I use all time frames. I just show you the 10 here on SPY, but I've got the hourly, I've got a daily, I flip between the 30, I use the 15-minute. I watch all the time frames. Again, I'm only showing 2 windows here, but I've got another several screens that I'm watching here. So, but it comes down to personal preference, honestly. I just think the 10 minutes form nice patterns. But I watch 1 minute, 5 minute, 2, 3 minutes. I scroll through all the time frames. You know, I like to also watch the 1 minute moving average for scalping, because the 1 minute time frame on SPY, you see that 1 minute EMA, and a lot of price action happens along this 1 minute EMA. Often you get a lot of consolidation points like you did here, then you get bearish consolidation. Markets like to retrace that 1 minute EMA, and then they like to really, when you break out from that 1 minute EMA, they run. And then you wait for price action to catch up to that 1 minute, and you break out again. And then simultaneously, when you break down, you can get pretty stretched from the 1 minute EMA. Often that is a little bit of a day trading scalp opportunity. So we'll see what happens, but I use all time frames. I'm not biased to any. I just like the 10 because it allows for a nice amount of price action to form certain intraday patterns. You know, it's not that micro time frame that scares everyone. Yeah, the 1 minute is tough. The 1 minute candle is specifically for scalping and shorter term time frame. You know, if you're a swing trader, you don't need the 1 minute candle. Even as a day trader, you don't necessarily need the 1 minute candle unless you have a very quick like in and out strategy where you're literally in a trade for 30 seconds to a minute, which there are those strategies. You know, it's very rare that I'm in a trade for about only a minute. RAM uses a 3 minute for scalping. Yeah, I think the more time frames, the merrier, guys. You know, don't limit yourself to any. If you find a time frame that you like, obviously master it, learn it, but don't limit yourself. I think there's no sense in discriminating against. All time frames show you different things. That's all the market is, one big fractal of time. All right, so TME trying to form a little bit of a move. IWM, guys, that hourly candle just formed here. And it's looking pretty nasty. Hourly topping tail on volume. You might get a retrace, but that's a nasty little attempt at breaking out. You know, you had two pivot points. I was looking for a close above this one. We didn't even get a close above these ones. That tells me that the market's not really ready yet. And considering the shoulder formation that we formed on the SPX, you know, this inverse head and shoulders on SPX here, you know, yesterday I mentioned, I said, you know, the pattern's there for this breakout, but I said, this is a really weak right shoulder. I didn't really like it. Not much consolidation. Very, very weak. But we'll see what happens, all right? Remember, the larger time frame is still exceptionally bullish. The one problem I have is giving up on bad trades if it is a failed move on stop trying. Yeah, it's always tough, right? It's always tough because it seems like when you give up on the trade, they do that liquidity sweep, they reverse it. You know, it's one of those natures of the beast, human nature. It's the toughest part. We don't want to be wrong. I've certainly still trying to master that. It's tough giving up on trades for sure. But generally speaking, I think if you're trading, you know, if you're wrong on the hourly chart, that's probably a good signal to get out. If your trade is still holding structure on the hourly time frame is pretty big, guys, for trading. You know, they can do some really nasty sweeps where they keep it pinned even higher than that, but generally if you're a short-term trader and you're wrong on the hourly chart, then that's the signal to get out. You know, 10 and 20 minute, it's not really that wrong. But the hourly chart's generally your big area. Silver going to break all-time highs? Yeah, there's a potential for that. There certainly is. It's got the momentum. Into a big area now. You're sweeping that wide range red bar. So technically speaking, this is actually an intraday short right now, guys. Silver is actually a little bit of a scalping short. Just understand it's super, super risky. But silver's actually a bit of a short here. Not a bad area. Not a swing short, but just an intraday. Just an intraday short. And your dollar is trying to firm up, so it's had a stunning move. Definitely a little extended intraday. 4-hour chart extension, hourly chart extension. Daily chart, maybe a little bit more room to run, but intraday it's had a nice move. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6-bar surge on the daily. Pretty impressive. All right, it does look like they still want to take the Qs a little bit lower here. Big support at this hourly EMA, guys. So 618.34, big support on the Qs. Really, really big support on the Qs. IWM is almost gapping and cracking, guys. So the Russell 2000 is starting to come in pretty sharply here. See if they want to sell this market a little bit more. Natural gas is starting to come in a little bit. So this is the one component that I was mentioning about the energy side. I said, you know, crude oil is weak, nat gas strong. What if nat gas starts to break down even more? That could apply additional pressure to these energy stocks. That's why I'm not liking energy trade right now on the long side. You got the market weak, you've got crude oil weak, and I think that natural gas has a strong chance of selling off a couple percentage points here. You know, it had an attempt at breaking out of the high of day. It does look like a bull flag pattern building, but again, a pattern of this nature does have a strong chance at failing. I still think that there's going to be a little bit of a de-risking ahead of inventories tomorrow. Yeah, stops are your best friends sometimes. Stops are. If I listened to my stop a lot of times, I would have saved a lot of money for sure. All right, markets are breaking structure here. IWM is getting wrecked. Qs are getting sold into, guys. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Still have relative strength in your S&P 500. RSP holding steady, but mega cap tech is selling. Meta down 2.2, Google down 1.6, Apple falling, Nvidia knifing, Microsoft now knifing, Amazon getting slapped. Question, do you think it is good to sell puts on Oscar 1450 strike? So selling puts, so you're bullish Oscar. You're trying to collect some premium. I mean, it's not a bad area. It never officially hit my area to go long. You know, I would have liked to see Oscar fill this lower boundary gap. You came so close to this 1434 area. I have to think Oscar's going to fall. If the market's weak, Oscar's still in a bit of a downtrend on the daily. I would wait for this area. You know, so if you fill this gap, I think that's a better risk to reward basis on Oscar. Okay? No problem, Stoic. Look at that nasty reversal on the Russell, guys. That is just filthy. That is filthy. This could go. This could see some nasty, nasty price action. You know, you're seeing a bit of a failed breakout here. Nastiness. Absolutely getting hurt. All right, you're coming into that 7 and 20 on the Qs, guys. 7 and 20 on the Qs. Coming in. Look at that SPY drop. That is just downright filthy. All right, there is a bounce level, like I said in the pre-market, 681.30-ish to 680. That is just downright dirty. IWM goes negative. Boom, boom, boom. That's hard, guys. All right, Qs are coming into that 7 and 20 daily chart support. Let's look at the SPX, guys. SPX losing that point of control. SPX is still well stretched from its 7 and 20. Look at where the SPX 7 and 20 moving average is, and then look at where the Qs are. I mean, Qs were approaching so quickly right now. This is a hard, hard sell, guys. Hard, hard sell. Chop it down. Chop it down. S&P selling even more. You know, where we could head to today, guys, on your S&P 500, believe it or not, 674. It's where we could head to. It's a long shot, but 674, we could head down to there. Let's see what a 0DTE 674 put would be. That would take the SPY, right now it's down 0.1%. If SPY were to hit 674, it's down over 1% on the session. That would be crazy. Let's see, 674 put on SPY is 10 cents. 10 cents, eh? Should I put $100 into it, get 10 contracts? Maybe. For a lotto? For a lotto? What about 1 DTE? 45 cents? Yeah, SPY's getting oversold intraday. You could definitely bounce here, but I still think we can go lower. We've lost some critical price action here. You got mega cap tech selling, IWM flirting between positive and negative. IWM 7-day moving average is down at 242.92 area. There is a bit of hourly chart support here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it consolidate a little bit. Gold's still ripping. Financials are still holding structure. AMD, guys. AMD hasn't even sold off yet. I mean, if this starts to make a reversal down, AMD is just obliterating shorts, man. That is just filthy price action in AMD. Craziness. Absolutely craziness. So, I mean, right now, AMD is holding this SOXX basket up. It is holding it steady, guys. I mean, it's truly, truly impressive. All right, 10 cent music, guys, is catching a nice bounce. Still holding my commons, looking for this position to go green here. It's still down 9.4%. Big area. Daily 200 Pierce today. Tagged a 50% Fibonacci retrace. This is still in a bullish technical uptrend on your larger time frame. It's not immune. All right, we are now green on our 10-cent music. Look at that push. Go TME, go. Whoever took those 10-cent music calls, they're ripping. They are ripping. Saw the yep, I saw the news on SoftBank. I definitely did. BTC going from green to red. Ethereum sucking on the session. A lot of stocks turning red, guys. There is quite a bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape right now. Natural gas selling off just a touch here. QQQ still trying to hold that trend line. So now tech is trying to bounce here. We'll see if your Russell gets a bounce as well. Instructions not clear. Full port of 695. But 675s. I'm thinking about taking them for tomorrow, to be honest, but it's always a risk. All right, I'll take a high risk SPY trade here. I'll take some 674s, zeros. I'll take some 674 puts. Again, I'm only going to go in with about 10 contracts, so it's small size, but we'll take a lotto. I'm hoping that we get a retrace to this point of control. That's what I'm waiting for, or at least a 683 tap, guys. We hit 683 here. I'll enter some SPY puts, some riskies. All right, here comes our retest, guys. All right, guys. I just took a starter position there, or lotto trade, SPY 674 puts. Again, I'm expecting this trade to lose. If it hits, that would be crazy. Small size, 10 contracts, 70 bucks. 674 lottos on SPY. All right. Look at TME ripping. I knew you would be doing a big sweep, guys. Look at that beautiful push. 10-cent music is ripping to the upside here. Nice price action. Come on, take us to this 1944 here. I'd love you. I'd love you. All right, everybody in the live trading group, the KOLD alert that I sent out here to short natural gas, 2652 is our entry. Just put a protective stop. So KOLD protective stop in place. So that's a live trading alert that I just sent out. So again, sent out that natural gas short alert for the second time. We caught a nice little pre-market profit, closed it before the big push. Now we're back in KOLD again. Already up nicely off of that low of day pivot, but I have a break-even stop loss in place. I still think there's a strong chance nat gas can go negative today on the session, but just protect that trade if you're in it. All right, QQQ still trying to bounce here. The Russell still trickling. Dollar softening a little bit. DXY is softening. Meta is still getting wrecked. AMD still ripping. Wow. AMD wants a new high, guys. Holy moly. Or at least it wants to fill that gap around that, what is that, 264.30 area? Jeez, AMD is just a monster. Just eating liquidity today. What is AMD doing? Eating Nvidia's lunch? Crude oil now down 3% on the session, guys. Wow, WTI crude getting smoked. Look at that. You have to wonder ahead of that EIA short-term energy outlook in an hour and 15 minutes. You have to wonder if this is going to catch a bit of a bid. Energy stocks still under some pressure. XLE down 0.4. Let's look at Valero, AR, yep, OKE, RRC, yep. Rocket Labs is still getting sold into now. Hard top wick distribution there. Datavolt getting sold into. Google coming in pretty hard. Amazon looks like Santa's bringing Amazon some coal right now. As of today, down 1.5%. Coming in pretty sharply. Nvidia hanging on to that 20-day moving average, sandwiched between the 7 and 20. We'll see what happens there. SPY's trying to stabilize ever so slightly. What else we got going on? Quantum stocks, guys, getting wrecked again. QBTS looking pretty bearish, like it wants to go lower. IONQ looking like a dog, that wants to go lower. Rigetti, horrific earnings. Looks like that bearish flag target is down here. Again, this bear flag, guys, on Rigetti takes us all the way down to this 1855. Would I be a big buyer down there? Absolutely. GDX. Yeah, GDX is still ripping. All right, so now it's coming into an interesting area for a short. The only problem, guys, is your dollar is also trying to break down here. Maybe this is your kind of low sweep of the dollar, but gold is still just trending here, guys. So tough short. Tough short on the indices today. Dust is getting dusted. Look at that. This is why I said try telling you to stay away from dust, because yikes. It was tempting, but dust could easily go lower. Easily. All right, big drop on the Russell 2000. That's starting to come in pretty hot and heavy again. SPX still holding that point of control. QQQ still holding that point of control. Let's look at Mr. Softy. Microsoft looking pretty nasty right now. Apple Dapple, that's trying to bounce a little bit. Tesla down a couple percent, looking pretty bearish on Tesla. I think Tesla wants to at least test that 50-day. AMD, though, the big culprit, guys. If this starts to sell, the markets can go lower. Again, you have strength and resiliency in your SOXX. Very big divergence between your SOXX, between NVIDIA, and the Qs. There's a bit of a disconnect in the market right now. A pretty big disconnect. Look at TME, guys. Is TME going to give us a daily chart bottoming tail today? It just might. It just might. Come on, I'd love to see TME bottoming tail. Rip it higher. Rip it higher. We going higher. Higher. Higher across the ground. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Gold is a monster today. A monster today. If crude takes out that low pivot, guys, from last Thursday, I would consider WTI crude, I'm talking about, I'd consider a long scalp. So if crude falls below that 58.75 area, I just put an alert there. If it falls below, I would take a bit of a scalp opportunity on the market, on crude market. Yep, GDX, holy holy. Trader 586 is getting religious on me. He's saying holy gold, holy gold. All right, AMD, guys, starting to sell off. This could be the next shoe down in the market. Remember, AMD has the biggest weighting in the SOXX. You look at the SMH, guys, still green. SOXX, still green. QQQ down, though. So AMD, keep a window open. It's getting a little bit heavy here. IWM going for another new low of day test. Drop it down, Russell. Drop it down. Drop it down. Russell Crowe, Russell Peters, come on. Drop it, drop it. All right, natural gas is trying to go negative as well. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. TME pushing 1905. Rip it 10-cent music. Ugh. Let's go, let's go, let's go. IWM trying to stabilize. Dixie, new low. DXY dropping it lower. Natural gas, guys, is falling almost to the dark side. Natural gas just went negative on the session, guys. Our KOLD is ripping. Beautiful little trade again. KOLD is still negative on the session. That's because it tracks that UNG, which is still green, but UNG has a bit of a head and shoulders formation. Uh-oh. 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 Are we going to get some sell side into the inventory report? That's the prudent thing to do. Smart money, take profits ahead of inventory. You never know what the inventory report will come in like tomorrow. So if this falls down to target, that's about a 1.6% fall. Times that by 3 on KOLD. We're looking at about a, what, a 4.2% move. Oof. Yeah, that could easily rip up there. 3. Yikes. That would be a nice little scalp. Boom, boom. Craziness. AMD slowly coming in a little bit, guys. Let's keep watching that QQQ. Dust is getting murdered. Yes, it is. Dust is getting dusted. I said stay away. I still think you stay away. Even though gold is getting a little lofty here. Remember, miners are printing right now. And the problem is your dollar. Alright, dollar's also getting faded, doing a little bit of an old-fashioned gap and crack. Look at the IWM, guys. New low of day for the Russell 2000. They are bleeding small caps now. Remember, the Qs bled early. They got stabbed up and poked pretty early on in the session, and then they stabilized, and now the Russell's getting chopped around like Fruit Ninja here. Nastiness. So this is an example why I wanted to give the Russell puts a little bit more time, because the Russell, I was expecting it was doing this bit of a liquidity grab and sweep. Google double top missed the short alert. Yep, googly moogly. If these lottos hit, that would be crazy. Let's see something real quick. IWM knifing. Dom C. Gold and silver so shiny. Yep, it is. Today it's shiny as ever. Super duper shiny. IWM still selling off. Getting slapped. This market is getting blasted. Blasted. Even financials are starting to give up the goods a little bit, guys. Financials are starting to give up the goods. AMD getting liquidated here, guys. It is selling pretty hard. AMD crude oil, nat gas still negative. Our KOLD trade is ripping. 10-cent music still trying to find a little bit of a bottom here. Lots of red appearing on the screen. Do 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 do. So now they can do a really big retest on your markets here. But however, if we don't get a bounce here, we're going to knife down to at least 681 Pierce. So this is a pretty big area. There's two volume shelves that we've lost. So if you don't recapture that very quickly, you're going to fall pretty precipitously here. Look at our cold trade, guys. KOLD ripping. KOLD is ripping. What's happening? Nat gas falling? What? Natural gas is falling? No way. They're selling natural gas? Couldn't be. No way. AMD still coming in a little bit from the highs. Broadcom holding steady. Oracle holding steady. Look at this IREN, guys. Looking nasty. Wolf looking nasty. Cypher, ouch, looking pretty filthy. IONQ just getting rocked. Rigetti, dog shit earnings report, guys. I mean, Rigetti just, that earnings report on Rigetti was just disgusting. Disgusting. SPY selling even more now. IWM going lower. What a sweep, guys, on the Russell. Oh my goodness gracious me. That is just downright dirty. They are dirty. Look at them drop SPY. Ooh. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Where do they want to take this Russell? Down to its 50-day? 243.29. See the 4-hour chart. Let's look at that QQQ chart again. QQQ coming into some hourly chart support. Really crapped on, guys. Clobbered DXY. Testing pre-market low, actually piercing pre-market low, and testing prior day high. AMD still selling a little bit. QQQ Qs are kind of sitting right on some near-term daily support, coming into that 20 MA here on the Qs, guys. So that's your first big daily chart support area. You can see they bounced it kind of here when we kissed it, pierced it here, bounced it. So are they going to bounce the markets yet again off that 20-day moving average? We will certainly find out momentarily. Natural gas getting wrecked. Natural gas is dumping to the downside. Get dumpy with it. Ooh, natural gas, guys. They are dumping UNG here. That is just obliterating our cold position. Look at cold, guys. Nasty price action up 2.5%. What's going on here with my mouse? IWM still looking pretty heavy. QQQ still trying to come in a little bit. AMD still getting heavy here, guys. We are falling. Push this QQQ down. So here's the interesting daily chart observance, guys. A little bit of a learning session here on the daily chart technicals. So you always got to take into account wide range red bars and wide range green bars. So the big breakdown in the market where we started to fall pretty quickly was on this candle here, daily chart, all right? That was your highest amount of volume until you put in this little bit of a daily chart bottoming tail. So what structurally happened was we sold off, big bounce, gap up, got a bullish close above that red bar. But there's been no consecutive higher candle close above this green bar. So this could be just be one big daily chart bullish liquidity sweep here. Today, the market gapped up, was in a position to get a higher daily chart close, which would have confirmed and put the probabilities in of a much higher continuation trend. But we're now getting slapped down. Obviously, the daily candle is not finished yet, so there's always a chance we can push up. But if you can get back above this daily chart, high range red bar, and I'd implore you to mark that candle on your chart. If you get above this wide range red bar, you're probably going to push back to the all-time highs. Everything underneath this wide range red bar high is a short. Above it, long, short below, just to keep things simple. All right. For swing trading purposes. IWM new low of day, ripping to the downside. IWM is now underperforming the S&P 500. Nastiness, absolute filthy price action. In the Russell, chop it down. Chop it down. AMD still a relentless beast. Gold still pushing 4186. Bitcoin down 0.93. Dow is still green but looking like it's coming in. QQQ down 0.38%. Amazon down 1.71. Microsoft down 1. Nvidia down 0.38. Apple down 0.4 but off of the lows. Google down 2.11%. Meta looking extremely bearish down 2.84. Tesla down 2.17. SPY looking like it wants new lows, guys. We are looking like a bit of a melting trend today. Look at what happens on SPY, guys. We are underneath the OR high and low. We're underneath pre-market low. Never a good sign for the market. We are losing critical areas quickly intraday. AMD softening up a little bit. IWM cracking 244. Nastiness. Nastiness. I swear, if these Lotto SPY puts hit, that would be insane. Tencent Music still trying to hold 19 bucks. IWM coming into a 10-minute EMA 113, so there is some support coming up on the Russell. Natural gas still bleeding. Data Volt big candle up on the 10-minute chart. QQQ still just slightly off of that daily chart support level. But coming in. SPY's trying to bounce a touch here. Whoa. 1106. 1106. PME still trying to make a push here. AMD still trying to find a little bit of lower liquidity. IWM's trying to recapture 244. Meta's still sucking. Nvidia trying to bounce, so that's part and parcel. Semiconductors are trying to eat some liquidity and save this market. Is this going to be a lower high in the market, guys? Is it a lower high? If it is, we are in for some tumultuous price action into the end of the year. If this proves to be a lower high in the indices, oof, 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 oof. That is a big, 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 big pattern that could be forming. Again, imagine this is a head and shoulders developing. We need more time. The bearish pattern hasn't triggered. Market is still holding some weekly and daily chart strength. But just imagine if this is a head and shoulders. Where would that take us if we were to trigger the neckline on the Qs? It would be pretty damn far down. That's for sure. That would be a gift. 560 retrace on the Qs. Back down to this August consolidation. I would love that. I wouldn't mind that at all. Look at the IWM falling sharply. Free falling, and I'm free. IWM was leading the charge to the upside. Now the Russell is underperforming SPY slightly. QQQ is still the weakest indice on the session. And like I said, when the Qs sell, they can drag everything down. You still have remarkable strength in your financial stocks. So keeping a little bit of a side eye on those. You still have remarkable strength in AMD, keeping a side eye on that chart. So it's not a broad-based sell-off just yet, as there is some strength in RSP. But if we look at the sectors as a whole, there are some pockets of strength in the market, guys. But The question is, are all sectors going to sell off today? Is this going to turn into a broad-based sell-off? There is certainly a potential for that. So I did put in that poll, guys, earlier today. I said the poll was, will SPY close above 685? 62% said yes, it will close above 685. And look at that, we're well below. We are knifing hard, hard and fast, hard and fast. We're almost up 100% on our 0 DTE lottos. Up 100%, guys, but looking for a grand slam hit here. Looking for a grand slam. Drop it down. Drop, drop, drop. So our SPY 674 puts are up 100%, but again, it's a small position, so I want to see, can we get 1,000%er? Can we get 1,000%er? Maybe. Ooh, crude oil crossing the lower boundary pivot that I was discussing. A little interesting down here now from a technical intraday scalp. Crossing that lower boundary pivot. Interesting. Very cool. Crude, 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 crude. Crude is rude. SPY is rude. IWM just getting wrecked. Very cool, guys. Very cool price action. Look at that S&P 500 falling. We are falling. AMD softening up now. AMD. Nastiness. Chop it down. Chop it down, SPY. All right, so this is now the bounce area for SPY. It's aggressive, but this is a little bit of support on your S&P 500, guys. A little bit of support, especially when you factor in the Qs made a new low of day, and the Qs are now knifing through that 7 and 20, and the Qs are also coming into its prior day low here. So there's definitely some support here on the market. AMD though is kind of skewing things a little bit. AMD, if that sells off more, it's still up tremendously on the session, but nice 40 minutes of sell side pressure. Still up 8%. So again, AMD's kind of skewing some of the NASDAQ and S&P more the NASDAQ technicals. So we could easily overshoot this 7 and 20 if AMD wants to, fall, say, another 2-3%, just with the sheer weighting that it has. Amazon bludgeoned, Microsoft bludgeoned, Nvidia still down about 0.57, Apple down about 0.45, holding a little steady. Google getting slapped, Meta getting slapped, Tesla getting slapped. JP Morgan still up 1.66%, holding quite steady on the overall session. Trying to stabilize a little bit here. Some minor stabilization. Natural gas still selling here. Crude oil still getting knifed on. Trying to hold that double bottom lower boundary range pivot. What's really interesting is you've had crude oil weak. That's typically a bit of a tailwind for the indices. So now if crude oil starts to bounce off this lower boundary 5880 area, that could be additional sell side pressure in um, in the market. AMD's bouncing quite nicely. S&P, you can see how that was a bounce area that we discussed. That was your previous gap fill. So why this level's holding steady, again, another little bit of a learning opportunity here. This is a previous breakdown gap on SPY. Boom. And then it was a previous breakout gap. So it was a bearish sell-off zone flipping bullish. So a lot of times when you have that bearish gap breakdown mixed in with a bullish breakout, you get some buy side liquidity. That's exactly what occurred right there. Nice bounce there. TME guys, still trying to bounce here. We're still riding longs, looking for this name to print another high of day. Your US dollar has gotten absolutely faded here, trying to bounce a little bit, so maybe gold sees a bit of a dip. Maybe GDX sees a little bit of a dip here, guys. If you're wanting to try to bottom pick dust here, not a bad spot now. Keep your stop tight, though. If you're in a swing trade, I would say accumulating here is not terrible. Just understand you could still go down to about, call it 840-ish, 830, but not the worst area. Surprisingly, through this hard selling, DataVolt has been holding quite steady, still up about 11.1%, looking like it's going to make a new high of day, guys. A nice intraday bull flag on DVLT. So that's holding some structure. Good to see. Ooh, look at TME, new high of day, guys. Ripping. Look at that move on Tencent Music. Impressive ripper on TME, guys. I like it a lot. I like it. We're catching a bit of a falling knife. DataVolt, guys, going for another high of day. DVLT breaking out here. Ripper. Absolutely ripping. So nice bounce there on the QQQ. The Q's defended that 20-day, so you pierce that 20-day moving average and the 7, and you're bouncing it. Again, if they don't hold this, 617.05 is your value area, what is that? Your value area high on the Q's, so we could still go lower in this market. Crude oil catching a little bit of a bounce, guys, off that double bottom that we discussed. I never officially took a long, but crude is trying to bounce here. I would look for a retest and a sweep of that low to get long. So let that initial buy side liquidity come in. You could still easily get some more selling. I would buy now the next retest lower, and I'm looking at UCO. All right, so it's putting in a 10-minute bottoming tail, trying to, but I would buy the retest on crude. So Qs are stabilizing off hourly chart support and daily chart support. So it's a pretty decent area here. Oof, TME guys, new high of day. Let's go. Printing. Printing, printing, printing. candle this is forming here. Daily chart bottoming tail looks to be forming on TME, guys. It's trying. Certainly trying. Interesting. Still bouncing quite nicely. AMD bouncing. Oof, look at DVLT, guys. Data Vault ripping. Now up 13.89%. It's shaking and moving. It's shaking and moving. Prior day high. Big area. So what's really interesting, guys, now is, you are forming on the Qs a potential, that's a better structurally inverted head and shoulders now. This pattern's getting a little bit more congruent and it's looking structurally a little bit better for an inverse head and shoulders now. This right shoulder is a little bit more developed. So this is a big stand for the bulls right here. They want to maintain prior day low. They don't want to go into this gap window. You go into this gap window and it's going to be troublesome. So this is kind of the big stand area for the bulls on the QQQ market. The Qs do look like they're trying to set up a bit of a secondary inverse head and shoulders attempt. You had one attempt at breaking out here, and obviously with a failed breakout, you got to be cautious. But this is where the bulls want to defend price action. For the Qs, you are hitting big daily chart support, 7 and 20. The 7 and 20 are in a bit of a down, or the 7 is in a downtrend, the 20 is in an uptrend. So this is a crucial inflection point for the market right now. Very important. If the bulls fumble here, the bears will try to take control and eat. So far, bulls are still structurally in control, but it's a very big turning point. Could be a turning point. All right, guys, I am trimming half of my TME 1930, trimmed half for just about 2.6% gain on the J trade. So just trimmed half of my 10-cent music 1931 fill. You can even get a better fill than me right now. So I trimmed half of my TME. I'm going to keep a break-even stop loss on the other half. I got to fill at 1931. 1934 on deck. So I trimmed half at 1931. All right. Nice gain there on 10-cent music. Please hit that like button, guys. A little bit of a winner on the live stream here. That went deep. My average is 1883, so I have a protective stop at break even on the runners. Good gain there. Nice trade. All right, 11:30 is approaching, guys. I'll step away in about 6 minutes. Is there any final questions? Thank you, Ram. Any final questions here, guys? Before I take a bit of a lunch break, as usual, I'll be in front of here. I'll be watching, but I like to do my intermarket scans, see what's going on, if there's any other news, insiders, other swing trade setups. What do I think SPY will do today? Well, big area here. It's a really big area. I would say as long as you maintain above this gap fill, SPY's technically a long. So if you lose this 681.30 area or kind of a low of day on a closing basis, that's a bit of a problem, and SPY could still melt lower. The measured move down today, if this market wants to sell off, it could still go down to 674-ish, which is down here. It's going to be some support levels along the way. Like you'll probably get a bounce off of this prior day low. Then there's a bit of a value area low down here, but if SPY loses this low of day, it's in trouble. Technically, this is a long zone. If you're going to go long here, keep tight stops. But if you lose this low of day, that's going to be nasty. But this big gap fill, guys, this is the line in the sand, right? That's your bullish area. This is a bearish breakdown recaptured by the bulls. You're holding it as of now. If you lose that, night night. There is positive signs for the market considering that the S&P 500 has some accumulation behind it from other sectors. Not all sectors are being liquidated today. That could obviously change. We're still pretty early in the session. It's been a nice sell range. And remember, the biggest sell-offs generally happen with the gap and cracks. All right? And the reason why is because it allows institutions to unload heavy long positions into that gap up strength. Remember, the highest amount of volume is off of that open, so they sell hard, and then they can slow bleed us down for the rest of the day. But so far, they're defending that key support zone for now. And it's not like we don't have a big daily chart support level on the Qs. But structurally, we're still very, very vulnerable here. I would love to see the Qs. If you're bullish on a swing trading basis, you want to see the Qs get back above this 622 high pivot. All right. So right now it's still a bit mixed. Very, very mixed. 10-cent music ripping, guys. Absolutely ripping. Imagine they take TME green. That would be crazy, guys. Crude oil is doing that retest. Bought my calls back, kept a decent premium. Nice job, Stoic. Nice. Datavolt, new high of day. Still ripping. Chipotle's having a good day. Snapchat's still up a couple percent. PayPal went negative. What else? Ethereum still negative. Starbucks still green. Merck still holding steady. Alright, guys, I gotta go get you regret not shorting Rigetti. Yeah, there might be some more meat on the bone with that stock. Might be. It's risky though. I mean, chasing here. I'd wait for at least some sort of a bounce, but it's looking nasty. It's looking real nasty. I mean, there is some support here. You got a gap fill. You fulfilled the downside target of that original intraday head and shoulders, which is literally right here. So I wouldn't short it right here, right now. I would wait for a bounce to take some of that risk to reward out. But if you get back to 35 bucks, then it might be a bit of a better opportunity. Okay. What would you guys prefer to keep, the QQQ daily chart or the SPX chart up on the side here? I mean, I'm going to be in front here, but I'll be scanning on my other screens. Crude oil just got wrecked. New low of day. Wow. Nastiness. Filthy, filthy, filthy price action. QQQ. Cool. I'll keep the Qs up. SPX. I'll keep the Qs since he answered first. Oh no, you answered first, Ram. SPX. All right. We'll keep the SPX up. I mean, technically speaking, the Qs are at a bigger support level and the Qs are weaker, so you should watch the Qs because they are more influential today, the way they're trading. But But SPX is nice. There's a lot of SPX traders still. I'll rotate back and forth. SPX won. Yeah. Yeah, you won, Ram. You won. We'll keep this 4-hour chart up here. Hourly chart still holding. You can make 5 or 6 happy. I'll keep the Qs up because again, it is into a bigger support area. Yeah, but they're defending that 7 and 20. They are. Big bounce, guys. Really big cycle bounce. Nice area. So this POC now becomes resistance again. It's been some big moves higher. RAM is 8 screens. RAM, I thought you would have had about 50 screens. Come on, man. I'm just kidding. 8 screens is plenty. Yeah, I know you guys got a lot of your other screens open. How many screens do you guys think is too much? How many screens is overkill? We only have 2 eyeballs. So, one trader on TikTok, they got like freaking 100 screens or something, some bullshit like that. Like you can't even watch that. Anything more than 6 to 8? Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna get some lunch here. I'll be back if anything crazy happens. Nice job on TME, and we'll see how the market wants to settle out here. But very, very solid intraday bounce. Look at that bounce. Crazy. You're happy with 3? Yeah. Hey, I learned to trade on just one, a laptop. That's what I learned. A laptop and phones, and you slowly added more. You know, it's nice to sometimes have a lot of screens, like especially if you're a S&P trader or an indice trader only. Sometimes it's nice to have all the fractals of time. You know, 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15 hour, 4 hour daily. Problem is to toggle too much. Yeah. You learned one phone and yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how much electronics we have, or at least I have here. It's overkill. Overkill. I personally like executing orders off of my cell phone. I use the data, one of my phones. I know a lot of people use their actual desktop to execute, but I don't know, I prefer my phone. Sometimes the Wi-Fi I don't trust. Use the data. Yeah, the blue screen. Hope everyone has their protective glasses on or their yellow light. Trader 5, I started trading before the internet existed. This is a lot for me. Damn, were you one of those people that had to chart actual charting? That's crazy. But yeah, you think about how it was done before all these charting programs and brokerages, you you have to call your broker, put in the order. Now we just have it at our fingertips, and that's why the markets move so lightning quick, right? Started in 1994. Nice. Nice. You got lots of experience. 1994. Traded in fractions. Ooh, nasty. Nasty. But pretty good to learn that way for sure. How it's evolved. Spread was profitable. Was in class six that time, and maybe Curtis was just born. Yeah, yeah, that's right. 1/8 equals 0.125. Yeah. See, that would mess with a lot of people. A lot of people struggle with the fractions. AMD guys floating right back to the highs. TME coming in. IWM big bounce. Crude oil still super weak. Nvidia turned green. JP Morgan still strong. SPY's trying to go green off of that big bounce. Pretty remarkable bounce, guys. That's a really solid bounce on your indice right now. You're getting a little bit more strength coming back into the tape today. Jeez, guys, this is a nasty, nasty sell-off. That was insane. What a rejection. All right, we're back to that area that needs to hold, guys. This area, if we lose it, it's good night. Good night. Again, this is a massive area for your markets. Daily chart again, support being tested, SPY losing that critical gap fill. That is just getting downright filthy. Thought I'd be taking a little bit of a break here, but things are getting real interesting yet again. Yet again. Wow. Getting some harsh selling. 300 commission on 10, yeah, that would be crazy. Yeah, we do overtrade. They realize they can make much more payment. Yeah, on order flow, absolutely. Again, this is still technically a buyable area, guys. On SPY, it's super aggressive and risky, but it's still technically our little bit of a support zone, right? 7 and 20, still holding steady on Qs. So get ANET. Yeah, I haven't looked at this stock since its earnings. Coming into some support actually. Definitely looking like a bear flag. It's not a bad area. If it hits this EMA here, if it makes one more little sweep of the lows, not a bad area to scalp long. It's a decent area. Breakaway gap, back test, defending that 20-day. So not a bad area. A volume weighted average price, VWAP coming up at that 131 area. But yeah, it's definitely they've definitely taken this one down for sure. And then you also have this previous gap here, so that's a big area. Previous weekly chart gap fill, gap up. So there should be some buy side pressure off that area. Think it's going to flip the gap at 120? It could. It needs a market sell. To get down there, it needs a big market sell. For ANET to get down there, you probably have the cues at least to the 600 area down here again, if not lower. Remember, it's gone through quite a bit of selling ahead of the NASDAQ and S&P, so it's going to need quite a bit more selling for it to take its next leg down. This is still a big spot for it. It can stay here as long as the market remains somewhat firm, in my opinion. One setup, guys, that I love to trade on a swing trading basis, it's pretty simple. One major factor is when a stock breaks out above that EMA 113, often the first pullback, especially if the pullback's from an all-time high or a 52-week high, often the first pullback into the EMA 113 is a very good high probable risk to reward setup. So what are we doing? We're kind of just hovering over that EMA. Simultaneously, you also often have the weekly 20 moving average confluencing in that zone. And then if you can find, some volume pivots, lower pivots, major pivots, gap fills, fib levels, volume shelves, indices hitting support. But it's often a nice high probable trade setup, swing trading. Oh my goodness, my legs are killing me. Did squats yesterday, leg day, and my legs are killing me. Since for back issues there, Ram. Trader privacy, love goblet squats. Yep, I do. Goblet, sumo, whichever which one. Very, very good for you. Look at Rivian. Anyone short Rivian yesterday? Damn. Nice fall on Riv. Looks like that trend line worked out quite well. Big sweep. Damn, yeah, I was considered close, came close. I know we discussed it yesterday. Just saw it was down this much. Crazy. Palantir also getting slapped around today. So some of those leaders are breaking down. Let's look at SoFi again. Nice top wick on SoFi. Bitfarms, that's coming in. Nasty price action on Bitfarms. BBAI still holding steady here, but kind of not good that it's losing that high pivot again. How's Nokia doing? That one surprisingly could actually start to make a bit of a run higher. I don't think the chart is done yet on NOK. Let's look at Intel real quick. INTC. Yeah, INTC is close here, hanging on by a thread, man. When's Nvidia earnings? Coming up, right? Next week. Next week. Should be interesting. Revenue growth is slowly starting to wane for Nvidia. It's not really growing the revenue, and granted, it's hard to grow when you're this big of a company. Hey Caleb, only short Oklo if it loses this trend line. If it falls back below this trend line, then you can short it. But right now it is trying to break out. Can't remember, these stocks have been some of the strongest stocks, and there's still a big nuclear uranium thematic trade going on, so just be careful shorting them. Daily chart Oklo is trying to break out and get above this key trend line. So if you fall below this area, then you can short it, but keep your stops tight. I program hitting the dollar, guys, your DXY. It's one of the reasons the market is taking a little bit of a breather here, selling off. You can see the inverse correlation. Dollar was in a strong uptrend, then it fell, caused the market to bounce. Now the dollar's trying to break out of its bearish consolidation, defending prior day low, pre-market low. So we'll see how much more of a momentum bid it wants to get here into the close. It certainly could. Larger time frame level, again, the dollar is at a very interesting level. Technically, it's backtesting a breakout spot, Fibonacci level, so we got to be very, very careful about what transpires. Still have net selling in the market. QQQ down 0.2. S&P just went back to the dark side. IWM also just slightly negative. The positive is the Qs are still holding above the 7 and 20. 7 and 20. Crude oil just demolished, guys. Demolished. And those of you in the live trading room, we did take profits on our KOLD. We sniped the bottom today. Sent out an alert this morning. Hit our profit target, locking in a nice little 3% day trade scalp there. So good job if you're able to. We've sniped nat gas in the last 24 hours. We've traded nat gas twice for just over 3% in the live trading group. So Nat gas is still in a very strong uptrend, but as you get to these areas, the top of this range is still a decent resistance area for the time being. Hmm. Did it take 674 1 DT? No. I took 0 DTs, which are cooked. Lotto, $70. We were up 100% at one point, but again, wouldn't shock me to see an end of day selling program. Losing this point of control, we're still putting in lower highs. You got a little bit of an intraday head and shoulders pattern, which I think actually has a pretty decent area or decent chance of playing out. Greed, it might be. It might be greed. Could be greed. YOLO money. YOLO money. Link 665 puts for December. Oof. 665s, eh? That would be one big retrace. It could try, it could play out. Bit of a long shot, but hopefully it plays out. I wouldn't mind seeing that either. It's so gloomy here now. Canada, winter, snow, rain, cold, no sunshine, gloomy. The winter blues. So Nvidia is still down 0.45, Apple just slightly negative, Google down 1.8%. So you relocated from Austria to Miami, yeah. It's not a bad move. Smart, smart, smart. Meta down 2.2, Tesla down 2.1, Amazon down 1.5, Microsoft green, Netflix green, JP Morgan green, gold up 1.63%. You got the 10-year yield down 1.4. You got the 2 yield down 0.92, so people are buying bonds today. You got the VIX slightly green on the session. It's definitely been a mega cap tech sell-off today. And there's still pockets of strength in semiconductor land being led by AMD. Still up 7.4%. Celsius, nice bounce in that name, up over 5. Chipotle, nice bounce in that name today, up 4.24. Oh, God. Interestingly enough, guys, when we look at the financials, right? So JP Morgan has pretty much been resilient, holding the majority of its gains today. Bank of America has come in a little bit, but when you look at Wells Fargo's done a full round trip. So again, nasty topping tail. The only thing is it lacks the volume, but making a new high and then reversing, not a good sign. Let's look at Citigroup. Citi's holding, so there's definitely been a bit of profit taking in some of your financial stocks. Even regional banks, guys, tried breaking out today, and it did get slapped down off that point of control volume zone. So not quite ready yet for financials. Interesting. But they give it a good old college try there, that's for sure. Rocket Labs coming down. Get cheaper. I want this name cheap, 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 guys. We've traded this already. We netted 16% when we bought down here. We're going to get another buying opportunity on Rocket Labs, guys. RKLB. Drop it down. ASTS still falling. CoreWeave. Look at nasty CoreWeave, guys. That is just dirty. Absolutely dirty. Yeah, I do like skiing. I got to go do some skiing this year. Snow-related sports are fun for sure. Forward. How's Circle? Circle is getting hit. Oof, yeah, Circle nasty. Nastiness on Circle coming into a big daily chart gap fill, guys, on Circle. It's IPO closing gap. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. Do, 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 do. What else? Wow, I remember trading this guy, CMND. Holy moly. Now it's a penny stock. Clear Mind Medicine. Damn. Looks like they're going bankrupt. Penny stock. Penny, penny, penny. Penny, penny. Let's look at some of these staples. Walmart. Costco. Procter. Kroger. Interesting. Walmart. Let's look at some of these energy trades. XOM. Yeah, that's gotten wrecked. Keeps falling intraday. That's nasty. XLE at the lows. Valero. Valero's still quality. Strong uptrend, but nastiness. CVX. Yeah, that's filthy. Filthy, filthy. S&P coming in. Spy, I spy with my little eye. A little bit of an end of day sell-off. And then they gap us down tomorrow. And then we buy the gap. And we chop around. Hershey having a good day. ACN Lululemon, decent day. Oof, Rigetti down 8.6, guys. QBTS down 8. IONQ down 7.37. Downright dirty. Nastiness. Oof, QBTS, baby. IONQ getting annihilated. Rigetti. Ooh, Rigetti. IONQ. How's Pan W doing? What was that one company? I think it was VRT. Yeah, Vertiv. That's it. How's Roblox doing these days? Oof, Roblox testing that 103 area again. Pinterest. Pinterest is still off of the lows. VRTX, that's acting well. Regeneron, wow, Regeneron acting well. Damn, what a fat bounce on UNH. Should have bought that area on United Health. Dropped the ball there. Pretty good sell side pressure starting to pick up here. There's definitely a rising channel on SPY from the Monday low. So now you're hitting some support. I see that for sure. One could also deduce that just maybe we're gonna break out here, guys. Maybe. Maybe that's the low. We find out. Anonymous saying, let's go sour hour. How about some sweet and sour? Could be a sour hour. It's setting up that way. It certainly is setting up that way. We've tried bouncing. We had a nice bounce. Still a little bit of a lower high intraday. You still have your QQQ week on the session. It's been negative all day, and the market has bounced on the dollar being soft. Now you have the Dixie trying to climb here into the end of the day. So again, I wouldn't be surprised for a little bit of a sell-off. Yeah, sweet and sour shrimp sounds good. I can definitely mess with some of that. I'm a foodie. Trader 586 saying I'm more of a position trader, so I'm starting to collect VIXI under 32 for a party on a rainy day. The VIXI? The VIXI under 32. Yeah, it's not a bad area, that's for sure. You got one nasty positive divergence building on the daily and the weekly. Um, I'm thinking they can do one more little sweep of the low, but yeah, I mean, this market's definitely stretched, but we'll see. They could easily pop it right higher back on Nvidia earnings. It's crazy. But yeah, not a bad area to accumulate some downside protection. That's for sure. You want to see Microsoft reject the channel and SPY break its channel? Yeah, SPY's right now testing this channel low right now. So it's trying. That's for sure. Certainly trying. Big spot for the S&P. Let's see it crack it. Or will it crack it? And again, chances are if you crack this here, you're going to test this low area again, but you're going to be retesting it from a lower high, so that could be very bearish. It could be. $6.74 lottos go burr. Yeah, 674s aren't going to hit now. I mean, if they did, I would be dumbfounded. Caleb's in a 681 put. Yeah, 681 put could work. That's definitely got a higher chance of working, for sure. I don't mind that trade. Again, if you're going zeros, just always understand size for loss, right? I do very small amounts. And we got, so we got two patterns forming. This is a critical inflection point because you got an inverted head and shoulders, which is bullish on SPY if it can firm up here and break out. But then simultaneously, you got a head and shoulders, right? So which way is it going to break? I'm sure they're going to chop us around. It's been fairly dull. Today, the market, we hit a nice trade on TME, 10-cent music. And then the live trading room, we also hit KOLD twice today. So I made my money off of natural gas day trading, and then TME was pretty decent. That's Come on, SPY, crack it down. Crack it down. Just give me a sec, I'll be right back. You're in 676s? Damn, long shots. Caleb's 681s are printing right now from when he called them out, so that's a pretty good trade. Crude oil just getting ripped. Gold coming in. Here we go. Drop it down. Big flush. Come on. Take some 681 puts as well. I'll tail that trade. 681 zeros. Sized for loss. Filled at 16 cents. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. They are trying to pop it up a little bit. Could be one big liquidity grab before they pop it back up. Looks like they're trying to save it. Your dollar's still trying to make a push. Natural gas goes back to the green side. Come on, SPY. Lose this channel. Come on. Don't you dare save it. They're trying to save it. You can see you bounced off that 5-minute EMA a couple times here today. They get us back above this point of control. And then they could easily push this market back up. So bearish below this point of control, bullish above. That's kind of going to be my stop loss if they get price action above that 682.61 area. I'll probably look to take a little bit of a loss on the trade. They're trying. They certainly are. A little bit of a 1 minute wick. Buy 684 calls too. I mean, you could. You could. There's certainly, if you're saying that, they're probably just going to keep us stuck here and then we're going to lose on both trades. Gosh, you're scaring me now. Now I feel like they're just going to keep us pinned. We should go lower. Come on. You know you want to go lower. Oh my God. You bought them just in case. All right, let's play ball. Let's play ball. 684s? Yeah, that's high. But it could happen. Yeah, 684 is back to the high there. It could happen. Too cheap, but premium was higher. Yeah. Yeah, again, I'm still going to take a stop if we get a close above this volume shelf. You can see how it's a battleground there on your smaller time frame. It's a battleground. SNDK needs to fall. AMD's getting a little bit of a bid here, guys. Microsoft still green. JP Morgan holding steady. All right, come on. Slap it down off that POC. Come on. Slap it down. Come on. Cues are getting heavy here. SPY, they're still trying to pop it up here. Come on. Don't you dare. Oh. All right, guys, I'm going to take a stop loss here. If we close in the next 13 seconds, 10 seconds. All right, I'm stopping out here, guys. I'm going to take a stop. I'll protect. I'll walk away with a little bit of that 0DT money. That's okay. All right, so 4 cent stop loss for me was hit. 5 cent loss, actually. He did get a 1 minute close. Could have been a liquidity sweep, but they did close it on the 1 minute chart. So chances are they're going to pop it up now. We'll see what happens. Chances are they pop it up now. What, 200 contracts as a lot? Oh, holy shit. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever. Must have had a. Yeah, there's sometimes some crazy trades. All right, Qs are falling here. SPY 665 now. This is a battleground here, guys. They're keeping it pinned, so they're burning people out here. They are burning people out here. All right, I'm gonna go upside now. I think I'm gonna go upside. They keep wanting to pop it up here. What are the 684s? See, now I'm over trading. But again, you got that 1 minute bullish close, guys, above that POC. Now you're trying to confirm it. So 36 seconds, this will pump to the upside if it confirms here, which it's looking like it's going to. Yeah, a little quietness in the market's very dangerous. See, that was a good stop loss. They got that 1 minute close and they ripped it back down, wanting to get me to chase again, and now they're pumping it back up. So they can pop SPY up here, guys. They really, really can. It's looking pretty good. You've recaptured point of control on your 5 minute, 10 minute basis. So, um, yeah, they're firming it up here. We could see a bit of a squeeze into that neckline. Move fast before IBR liquidates you. Yeah. It's like they want to keep pushing your S&P a little bit higher here. Prior day high coming up. A little bit of a short-term breakout here on your S&P. They're trying. They are trying. Thinking about 683 calls, SPY calls. If we dip into this point of control, that might be the buy. A quick dip might be the next lotto. Ready. I'm ready. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Microsoft wants to drop. I don't want to drop right now. I don't want to know. Looks like they're gonna rip her. Looks like they're gonna rip it. Yeah, there's a lot of that. All the times we want stocks to drop and they just don't. Wow. Get that pump. Jeez, those 683 calls ripped. 684 calls are ripping. Wow. Big squeeze. Big squeeze. It's a move and a half. 30 minutes left in the tape, guys. And they are ripping SPY, breaking it out of a little bit of a trend. Your point of control just moved up now on your 5-minute chart there. So technically now we're at resistance again. So just a heads up. 5-minute POC did pop there. So now they can take us down. Technically bearish below that. If you get back above that, then they're going to rip us to 684 probably. But right now we're stuck back below. Yeah, they're ripping it. They are ripping it. 684s are coming. Yep, SPX calls killed it. That's why I took a stop loss. I took a stop loss early down here when the point of control on the 1-minute chart was trading down here. And look at us, boom. Now we're on a 5-minute basis. We're on a 5-minute squeeze here. And things are looking a bit trendy. Squeezer. She is squeezing. That's gnarly. You lose 100% of the ones you do take. Pump in the market, guys. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. It's a big rally. Halo's up 262%. Nice job. Now there's what, 26 minutes left. If they really want to get crazy with it and break this out of an inverse head and shoulders, we're right at the neckline. So this breakout pattern, guys, sends us higher, pretty decently higher. We're talking about 687 on SPY. If this pattern breaks out here, and it's trying, look at them. They're really, really giving it that end of day push here. You know, the max move that I think we could hit today if they really want to push it is back to this double top called 685, but that would be crazy. Hmm. You need 500%, 9 cents and 60 cents to compensate. No, I don't think silver's going to make a new high tomorrow. I don't think it will. All right, guys, I might take a stab at a 684 lotto. Nice pullback. Nice pullback. All right, the 684 SPY calls 0 DTE, filled at 19 cents. Size for loss, it's a lotto. If we get that close below this point of control, then I'll probably just take a stop. They are ripping it. Back above there. IWM is softening up though, that's a bit of a problem. On S&P. Ripping is usually up. Ripping is usually up. I mean, technically it could be both, but usually ripping is up. See if we can get another push higher. No problem. Come on. If we retest the high of this red bar, guys, that's where I'll look to take some profits. Come on, get back higher. Climb, climb, climb. Big impulse candle. Break it out here. Break it out. Give me a big impulse. Nineteen minutes left. Pump on that. So yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping it does it before here. I'm hoping it kind of front runs the imbalance. They're trying here. They are trying. The MOC. That's what he's probably talking about. No, not yeah, not the index rebalancing. Come on, SPY. Climb a little bit higher. Push into the 684. Don't just stay here. Come on. Time is running out. Time is running out. Come on. Where are them bulls at? Buy the dip, short the rip. Yep. Here we go. Come on. Get us through this trend line. We're bubbling up at this trend line. It kept us in check there. We bought the back test. Generally, the back test is come on, S&P. What are you doing? Shenanigans. The shenanigans are real. $15 minutes. If we get any sort of a pop, guys, I'm going to liquidate. Any sort of a pop higher, I liquidate. Quite a bit of volume there. Still maintaining above prior day high. So it's getting very dicey. Looks like we're going to lose the momentum here. Ouch. Come on, this is the last hoorah stand. 14 minutes left. 14 minutes left. Be ready for a wick. Be ready. Here. Since Anonymous is out, it's going to make a big move here. AMD's curling higher. IWM is trying to get a little bit of a push here. SPX stuck at 68.53. Market is pinned right at that PDH level. You got your eye on Microsoft still? He's in the breakdown. They're trying to sell us here. MOC coming out. It's increasing here big time. Boom. Big spike higher there. Big spike. Rip it. MOC. MOC is ripping it, guys. Lots of volume there. Ton of volume. Boom. If you want to take profits on your calls, guys, that's the impulse candle to do so. I am all out. I got filled at 27 cents. I'm all out. Holy moly, that was intense. Beautiful. Nice little profit there. I'm all out of my 0.684 calls, guys. Took a fill at 27 cents. Beautiful. That's what we were looking for. That's it. That was amazing. Nice little end of day 0 DT pump. And it could go. It's still going to try to trend here. Look at this. So it's the market on close orders. It's where institutions, funds, ETFs, they use the end of day market on close to often rebalance their portfolio. So typically when the market is up and to the right, most of the times it's buy side pressure. So usually it's those big funds, ETFs buying at the end of the day. Most times it's a positive boost. But it's a lot of volatility, right? But if you ask ChatGPT, it'll explain it to you. Yeah, it could go either way. It could go either way. It's buys. It could be rebalancing to the downside or to the upside. So it's buy side pressure, sell side pressure, usually from institutional funds, ETF, pension funds, etc. So it's big players rebalancing. That's why you get so much volume. So that's why you hear, they'll call out the buy side pressure or sell side pressure, SPY, sell side, NASDAQ, buy side. So, but most situations are 7.18% on his SPX. Nice. Yeah, I made 45% on my SPY calls. Nice work. Guys, that was fun. That was fun. Hopefully, everyone was able to get a little something something there. Interestingly enough, guys, the IWM really didn't participate much with it. Just stayed muted here. I find that very intriguing, but that was the exact pop that we were looking for. So good job. Again, it's kind of a gamble, 0 DTE, because it can go either way, but statistically, if you played MOC 10 times with the same position, you're probably gonna make money if you get a good entry. Best trade of the day, nice. You see, and it could easily get sold into, right? A lot of people get greedy. We just took the initial pop. That's all I was looking for. Basically getting those 684s pretty much in the money. And just like that, they eat the liquidity. S&P 500 back to the dark side. No, sorry, QQQ back to the negative side. IWM still negative. They did turn Microsoft, Nvidia green. That was it. TME was a big win for Anonymous. Yeah, TME was a nice trade. That was an excellent level. It even dipped lower than I expected. Um, but very interesting down here. Makes a lot of sense. If you get a retest tomorrow, that trade is on watch again. So it's a big area down here for Tencent Music. It's a nice oversold condition. I mean, really, the earnings wasn't that bad in my opinion. China's just China's, I think, is just shaking out a lot of those late chasers, right? We were early on China. We caught Baba, we caught Baidu, made a crazy amount on those names. And yeah, TME was a nice trade, so good job. Would not have played if I were. Thanks, Anonymous. Appreciate that. Look at them knife this IWM, guys. Russell is getting whacked. S&P 500, it's got those Batman ears on the small time frame there. Not a really good, not a positive close for the S&P 500 there. The Bulls would have liked to see it defend that prior day high. That sets up a little bit of a bearish undertone into tomorrow. Wow, look at them knife it. That's nasty. Oof, did anyone take puts up there? I was too scared to. We just traded the calls, but damn, two-sided trade, guys. Pump and dump. 4 minutes left. They got time to pump it again now. Those end of days are stressful though. They are. They take a lot out of you. Wow, look at them selling this market. See where we're at on the daily chart for the IWM. Sandwiched right on the 50-day. Look at that Russell. Over leveraged again. Let's see me get burned. What are you over leveraged in? Microsoft puts. Oklo's going down. Yeah, the whole market's going down. Look at that sell candle into the end of the day. It's a nasty sell. So everything got absolutely smacked there. Except for AMD. AMD pumped, but look at that candle down on the Russell. Look at that nastiness. Look at that SPY drop. Holy moly, guys. Did we thread the needle or what? We threaded that needle for sure. That was crazy. Wow. Our little call trade there is peanuts compared to what those put options would have went. That's crazy. And then look at the buy pro SPY. I mean, what the contracts? I don't even understand how exchanges can operate this fast. Like to go from 682, like if you bought the 683 SPY calls there, boom, look at that. I mean, holy moly. Insanity. Insanity. I put a limit on my 681 put like yeah. All right, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Great job trading today. Nice profit secured. We will see if we can do it all again tomorrow, guys. Take it easy and enjoy the rest of your evening. Cheers.